Hello and welcome. Let's see here if everything works as it should before we get too much into it here. Just make sure here. It should work, everything should work. Alright. No? There we go. Alright. Just want to make sure that my sound is okay. Sure. It should work, everything should work. Okay, great. Everything is nice. Very good. No? Thank you. Okay, so today is a little bit going to be a little bit different. We're going to work through it with a bit of theoretical first, and then we're going to dive into the implementation, and we're going to set up a couple of different things here. Let me see. So everything seems to be good, good connection, and so let's make a new document. I'm just gonna make it out here. Doesn't matter right now. We're calling it road builder. So basically, what we want to do is have this road builder. Can I not use my template? Yeah, there we go. Oh, well. Okay, that is fine. So I made some notes last night. Seems to be some issues now for some reason. Just make sure there's no unnecessary things working. Um, can do this one. All right, so let me just copy all this in. Then we can close this one down too. So I made a bunch of definitions last night where I was thinking about, how should we set this up completely? Because my dream is just to make a new video, like an actual video that is well put together, where I can explain something quite like I can explain a concrete solution to a concrete problem. And so the first problem that we really have here is building roads. And it seems to be a recurring problem that I think I solve, but it's never fully solved. So let me just open a Coke here. Sorry about that. Let's dive right into it. So what we're supposed to describe all on lanes, nodes, and how they're connected should be fully decoupled from rest. Exactly. Roads are effectively pedestrian paths for now, but it doesn't matter. That's fine. And then we can say assume that the world is in a 2D plane, and then we have some things defined here. So we have objects. Let's see here. We can do like this. So we have the definition one on lanes. Let me just highlight all this. Okay. And that creates some objects. Just want to make everything pretty here. So we're making some definitions on everything here. Let's just highlight these as well. Okay, so we have the left side here. Let's start by looking at that. So we have three main definitions, and then we have some sub-definitions. First, lanes. A lane segment is a line between two specified points in the world. Okay? And for that we have a lane segment object that we're going to make now. So let's go into Game Maker while we explain the remaining here. So the next step would be to make a node. A node is a specified point in the world, node object. And then we have three different kinds of nodes, and that depends on the number of road segments that they have between each other. Okay? And then we have the road themselves, and these are we're going to redefine these roads as road segments. Okay, and the first version we're going to make is just going to be with linear roads. Okay. Yes. So let's go into it here, and let's save this as a new project. We're gonna call it City Builder Road Builder. City Builder Road Builder. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Then we are going to start um, removing actually everything that is not related to building roads. Okay, so that would be vehicles, houses, house builders. Okay, so let's just do that. These two can be deleted. Goodbye. These two can be deleted. These three can be deleted. Goodbye. These can be deleted. Goodbye. Okay. Then we're left with action handler, road builder. Citizen can also leave. Goodbye. Demand handler can also leave. Goodbye. And that should be good. Okay, so we can probably not run this right now. That's completely fine. Let's go in here first of all. Remove this. Okay. Then we go into the let's see here. Then we go into the action handler. Okay. These we're just going to remove this functionality here. Okay. Everything else should be okay. Yeah. We can actually look perhaps here if there's any specific errors. We can try now and see if it would work. Probably does not work right now. Nope. Okay, so we have some is house intersection. That makes total sense. So let's see here. We can comment out this. Okay. We can just set it to false. That's the first error we can quickly fix. Now we can create rows. There should be no other issues. Okay, great. So now we have created a setup where we are only focusing about creating roads and intersections and all these things. So that's perfect. Give me 1 second, please. Can I see something? So that's pretty good. Then we are pretty good to go in terms of building our first definition. So let's go back here to the theory. Okay, so we have lanes, nodes, end nodes, pivot nodes, intersections, dead nodes, roads, and then we have made over here some definition for the road builder. Okay, the road builder should be able to create a road segment with no pre-existing starter and creates two new nodes. Okay, so let's just do that. So just test, boom, boom. Oh, let's see here. We cannot create this because of the dev interface. And see here, these two we can remove. Let's try again. Okay, very good. So we have a node there, there, and a node there. So these two nodes, two lanes, and one road. Okay, very good. The first thing we want to do is to change this to road segment. Okay, so we're going to duplicate it, call it road segment. From now on, this is a road segment. It has a lot of functionality in here, perhaps even too much, but we will get to that later. Okay, this one for now we will ignore. Or actually, what we will do, sorry, what we will actually do is we will just rename it here because I believe then it will change the name everywhere. Let's see if it actually does that or if it starts bugging out completely. Okay, yeah. All right. Let's see which was Nord network. Create step segment. Let's copy this name and then see anywhere. Okay. I think it would be great if we could like just let's see. We need to have the comment and then replace with this for all. Okay. It would be great if that was like a smarter way to do this quickly. Okay. In the road builder. In which one? Was right here. Or? Am I blind? In. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place. Oh. It didn't. Okay, let's see again. From object road network. Yeah. Okay. We are getting we are getting to the point we're going to be in. Okay, so let's see there and there and there and there. All right, and then in the build. Okay, okay, in here road comma. It's important that it's the comma because then it means we're not replacing with anything we should be replacing with, at least for now. All right, that should be good. Let's see if that's. Did we do it in here? Yes, I think we did it in here. Did we do it in here? Yes, we did it in here too. Okay, great. Let's see here. Okay, great. So now we have the general build here. Okay. There's some issues here with the number of nodes that we're calculating and everything. So that's exactly what we're going to get to now. So what's the next step? We will go in here and look again. So now we can create indeed a road segment with two, and we made the road segment. We should also change this to lane segment, okay? And then we will actually make a group. Where is it? Here. We will call it um, road. Just call it roads for now. I think that should be probably called something else. But we will just boom, boom, and boom, and we'll take it in here. So we got the road segment, segment, and everything else. Okay, and then we have, we should probably, question is we should put that in there now, like this. I think so. Yeah, and then we should probably, the question is, where do we create the lanes? Could it also be in here? Or it's probably in the actual, in the script create road here, isn't it? But that already has updated itself. That's awesome. But why on earth could it not do that before? That's weird for me to know, but so everything still works as it should. But we can see here, so there's a specific error we will note right now. Actually, error. We'll call it error 1. And then we'll say nodes. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll just take a screenshot. Road not counted in. There we go. Boom. There we can see there's a 0 there, there's a 0 there. Very good. Okay. So that's something we can just note down and then we can move on. It's just so I don't go crazy really. So create a row segment between two existing nodes. Okay, so let's just restart the game. So we can do this now. Okay, this. I'm going crazy. Okay, no, in here. Let's see. It's my own fault. It's my own. Why am I doing this to myself? Okay. But now I'm getting my head ahead of myself too. Okay, so we can create one road. We can create another, right? Then we should be able to connect this to this. That is also possible. Possible. Okay, so that's the next one we can check off. Yes. Create 0 new nodes. Yes. Create a road from a pre-existing start node with no pre-existing end node. So that means I can start here and then I can create there. Actually, this does not fully work. There's an bug here. Let's see. We're gonna note that one. Error to exactly very nice. Road. A tiny road is built at node intersection that creates from start node to new end node. From existing to and then yes. Maybe pressure can be a bit smaller. Also this one. There we go. So we can see there. There and there. Very good. I mean, I don't know if it's good. That's not that good. But now we know. So that's the first thing we were going to work on. And then we should say create node with no pre-existing start node and from a pre-exist with a to a pre-existing end node. So we should be able to create from here. There's no existing start node. Let's create now and then hit there. That's possible. Okay, so let's see here. Let's mark this with green. We mark these two with green. This one we'll mark with red. Perhaps we'll make it with yellow. There we go. Calculate intersections point with any row that collides with the. What? What was I trying to say there? I don't know. Let's get out here before we make any symbols. Okay. A row segment is. Okay, so that's fine. We have this defined. We have some errors, so now we can really just get into the nitty gritty. I don't know what I've been trying to say there, so that doesn't really matter. We can focus on this for now. So okay, so let's go in and start from really from top down, and we will also have to write down the exact order of the mechanisms. Okay. So let's see here. What are we? We're going in. Here. So we start. Let's just start in the game, and let us make a. Excuse me. Everything's fine. So we will. I think yes, we will make a whole new page for that shit. There we go. Here we can make a. We can call it road build the framework. Okay. And from there on out, we should be able to completely design or like not design, describe how we go from nothing to the road. Okay, so we'll start by game objects creates creates action handler and road network. Create action handler objects and road network objects. Okay. And what happens next? What happens next is so first what happens is that the road network is created. What happens in the creative event for the road network? Nothing. Not for now at least. Okay. And then we have the action handler, which has this. So again, nothing much happens of importance there for now. Okay. Let me just mark field designs. Actually, never mind, because we'll do that now. So okay. Um, determines if the action is create road or build road or not. Okay. Action handler object determines if the action is build road or not. Or yeah, or none. So here contains should I contains enum of possible actions build road and none and build road. And keeps track of the current action and creates a road builder object, right? A road builder object. Okay. Then we should describe the object network, the road object network, the road network object. Road network object. It contains the IDs of all roads and I feel like I want to call it something else. Not just calling it object network is too vague, but calling it object road network is also like it's what is it? So we are the network is just a list right now, array. Okay, okay, that's fine. So what is the next step? So contains of all as array. That's really all there is to it for this one. Okay, so the next thing that's created is the road builder object. Okay, road builder object. Um, let us. No, that's not smart. Let's just keep it like this for now. Actually, can we not make a table? Yeah. Uh, All right, so the road builder object, this is where now we're going to where the magic happens, okay? Why is it so big though? Like I feel like there's so much space underneath here, unnecessary. Oh, it's possible here. Oopsies. All right, boom. The road builder object. Let's go. The road builder object is this one here. This has a lot of responsibility right now, and perhaps too much even. Okay, so responsible for the road building mechanism used is created at mouse left click when current action is build road. Okay. I know it's getting really tedious, but we have to really go into the nitty gritty here, like be precise so that we can go back and forward and have this description in the future. Keeps track of starting points slash node is creates a road segment at a new mouse left click if criteria is met. And then we have to define the criteria, right? Okay. So now we have like an overview of the entire thing. And we can, as I said, perhaps we can also say here, is there after destroyed or is destroyed. Let's say very good. So where are we now? We are okay. So let's go in the first. So as far as I can tell, the game object is fine, right? Let's go into the game object again. We can actually open every single one of these. Let's keep them up here. I wonder if there's a way for me to make, what is this? It's not this time. There's a way for me to make this tab up here larger. Preference, general settings. Um, this is, you know what? Doesn't matter right now. So we have this is the object game. This is the only thing that happens in object game. It creates itself, or it is created in from the room. It creates a graphical user interface. We don't care about that right now. Creates the object road network. Actually, I believe the network is also responsible for drawing the roads. Yes, we should write that down. Responsible for drawing all roads. And I think that's good, actually. I think that's good because we can use that to ensure that the roads are created properly also in the future and if they are put together in the correct way. All right. So That works, but this does not work. Okay. And there's most likely some issues with the snapping. Right? And that's what we really want to comb out today, the whole snapping thing and intersection thing. And I really am getting ahead of myself here. So the action handler itself, it does not do too much for us here. Right? If it's build road, then it creates the build road. And then when the, the road builder is created, this is where we start. So let's open all the event scripts of the action road builder and really go through it here. So this already bad, very bad, because this suggests that there's a point, that the node is already a point. Like we don't know if we're snapping or anything yet, so we should really not do that. Okay, so we should detect. Let's write a description here. Detect if road begins from a pre-existing node. If we have to create a new one, if we are creating a new node on a pre-existing road, right? Because that's the T section things that we've had issues with before. Okay, so detect if road. I mean, that's a pretty long description, but I wonder if how isn't that how it's normally done? Actually, let me just make a new object. I have to write a description like this. Okay, my bad. Goodbye. And then I'm just curious what it looks like, and then I'll stop being. Okay. So the next step is, so we say here we create start and end node. This should not be defined like this. Okay, um, so step one, detect if there is a start snapping node. Okay, and we have some definitions here. So start snap node right there is exactly what we want to do. So let's move the end node stuff down to where that makes sense. Okay, this here and here, this should be equal to nothing, right? If we wanna keep that functionality here. So the start node, we don't have any node here. Okay, so then we say here, actually, let's not say like this. We can take this comment. That's literally right there, right? So check if there's a start snapping node, and that happens here, there. Okay. We can say we can change this to if instance exists, because why on earth would we not do that? We can say by finding closest node. That should not be a big problem, right? If that's something that only happens when we do that. So we have these two. If there exists a node already, we define a new node. Yes, we can just say here, detect or find closest node to mouse. Then we say here, if there is a closest node, then we check the snapping threshold. Okay, so we have predefined the snapping threshold to be 32. If you remember correctly, yes, it is true. It is 32. Then we have start snap node. We set that equal to the coordinates of these things. Okay, great. So all of this functionality here should be good. Then the question, so then the first question we get to now in the implementation, right? Should we create a node here already if we see there's no snapping node? And I think that we should. And then I think we should do that. So we can say here if start snap node is equal to not, if there's no start snap node. If there, because then let's do it consistently, right? So we say, okay, then we always have a start node. And let's not call it start snap node, let's just call it start node. Okay, so um, start node. Okay. I mean, do we even need these x's? And I don't even think that these are necessary. For what reason, you know? We can just refer to it all the time. Um, no, I think it's actually fine. So we have start node. What did I do? Nothing. And then we should just have, yeah, like so. Start node, start node. Just save these. Save these to avoid many reference. Okay. Good. I was trying to write something down here. That doesn't matter. Okay, so now we have defined a start node. Start node, x and y. I guess that's just because it, and then we have not end snap node, but end node. Okay, so we're making it simpler for ourselves by saying we should also do that here. Constraint row builder object. So instead of say keep track of starting point node, immediate how I don't know how to immediate is it immediate? Hey, I could spell immediately. Immediately is when current action is built up. Immediately finds a node or creates one. And then we should also have. So the point is that we should be able to create just a node. If you wanna just have a segment, you also just click on it and then just stop again. And then we have made a node on the road, right? But then if we click, or yeah, if we right click, which means we want to cancel, and there is no node attached to it, it should be destroyed. It should destroy itself again. And so we really need to separate some of these responsibilities from each other, right? That's really a big part of this. But let's take a step down. So the end node here to define, let's define it after this in the same order as a start node, end node. This house intersection should be changed to something else. Okay, so it should not to like a general uh, solid collision, something like that. It's world solid collision probably. Okay, you see here. Okay, the rest here we will get to. Okay, but let's look at this one here. All right, so let me go like this. I mean, I'm sure we cannot run this right now because there's probably a bunch of stuff. So let's go in here. So quick instep. Okay, so let's see here. We can already do some stuff here. So we can say this is the step event. So let's see. We calculating the end step here to see. That's actually fine, but we will just change this to the end node. Okay. The thing is that if you also only keep track of one node at a time, we don't confuse them with each other. So if there's can only be one node that it can connect to, and that's the end node. And it doesn't matter if it's the one you have to create or if it's not yet. Okay, so there we go. It's just important that we also, we don't ruin anything by changing these things up too much. Let's just see if we have all the things in order here. You know, yeah. Let's just try and see what happens now. If it can even do it, it cannot. The step, oh, sometimes it just doesn't show me that the thing is not set. Okay, try again. I think we should be close now. Oh, oh, then no. Um, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, it makes sense. Okay, now we have some draw. Okay, very good. And they say, yeah, okay. So that what happens now? Sorry, is that we we have not set this right, and that's fine because what we have to do is then realize, okay, we're in a free snapping. We don't have anything we're snapping to. Then we will create the start node immediately. Okay, so that will happen here, and then we will take a look at this afterwards. And so the thing is that we can, with the object road network, we can also actually say, go in here. Sure, it is. Also keeps track of selected road mouse hover. Okay, very good. And so then here we can say create new node if there is none. I think that's good. I think it's good that we created the node first, even though I think in the beginning of this implementation I wanted to create both of them afterwards. Let me see here. Okay, so what happened? Okay, so if start node is equal to like this, yeah, it's pretty simple like that. Okay. Yeah, and then we can actually move this in there at some point. Okay, I like to keep it like this, and then we actually do it now. Why not? Uh, else. That's basically that. Yep. There you go. Beautiful. And then you put this comment in here as well. Yes, we can actually take this one out of here. So for all cases, we always create a new node, okay, in this specific place. And actually, so as far as I can see, there's actually no point in us nothing, do, do nothing. Let's try and see what happens now. Now I click, I make a node, okay? And then of course, you know what we can do? We can actually do this here. Because I think in the future there might be some small adjustments to the nodes and stuff. And so then maybe we keep them separated for now, even though it's but now we create the node, and then now it's going to be a bunch of new things, right? Issues happening because we're changing the entire implementation. So the next step is to to go into the step event. So now let's see here. Actually, let's make sure we go through every single step here. Mouse, dear, why is that important? and it's not defined well enough either. Perhaps I should also define what is a well solid in this context. They are all in, yeah. A well solid is just the object that we can collide with. I think I've explained it before. It's fine. So the next step, what is that? We go in here, okay? I think maybe we actually just remove this entire thing and this, because now I realize that it's not the same. Well solid is not the same as houses, or like, because a road is also well solid. So we'll just remove this entirely. Okay. Then what's the next step? Uh, okay, so we start by, what is this? We start by calculating the mouse direction. Okay. Why? What are we using this for? We're using it for nothing in here. Are we using it for anything in here? Nope. Nothing. Okay, so conclusion, mouse direction can go out unless we realize something else is necessary. So far, it does not seem to be an issue. Okay, these are all fine. Boom and boom. Okay, so the next step, let's see here. Here we create, here we destroy ourselves. If we, okay, destroy, if right mouse click or escape button press, or press the same way. Okay, next, what this does is it keeps track of the closest. Keep track of closest node. And why is that? It is so that we can snap. Okay? Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Closest node. Here we look here, closest node to mouse. If that is closest enough to our mouse, then the end node will become that. Okay. We can we can also say, yeah, if closest node to mouse is not equal to start node, then we set it. Just, I think, I mean, yeah, I would like to have like a full, what do you call it? Like a full set of criteria. I mean, can perhaps do that. Okay. And then we basically do the same in here. And then there was something with the start snapping node somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Start. There's some stuff here. I remember this solution. Yeah, we did this not so long ago. If let me see here. If intersection points count is equal to one, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we have this calculation here. I think I would like to just remove this for now. I don't like it, or in general. Hmm. And then we have this entire situation where we calculate intersection points. I think I would like to call it something else. But the collision point is also already used in this sense. Another thing I would like to do now that I'll say before I forget is I want to set the nodes. I want to have them in a one by one pixel grid, so that I don't want all these floating points for the nodes specifically. Um, I want them to be integers. I think it just make me feel better. Okay, it makes it easier with the snapping and all these things as well, and might set some better constraints in the future, or help set them in a small way. Well, never mind for now. Okay, so if intersection, this happens. Okay, let's try and it's not possible. In the draw. All right, so let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's try again. Now we can draw. Again, we have this is house intersection issue that we should just throw out completely. Is house. Yes. So here we have this, so we should not have any all of this. Yeah, we not that's not what happens. That's not what should happen anymore. So boom to you, goodbye to you. Everything is called end, snap node, end, blah 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 blah. It should be called if end node, and that's it. That's just if end node, and it's not a variable, it's the actual the node. Okay, we have a this is a fair precondition. I think it's a good idea that we don't destroy the function if the thing is not valid. We just say meh, and then instead then it stops working or something. All right. What's the next step? Um, all of these. So okay, so we just say everything is called snap node. and we'll replace it with node. Perhaps it's just for these here now, but that's good enough for me. And in this case here, yeah, so because in the future we want to check differently for collisions and stuff. Because the way we've done it so far is kind of silly. So, we can keep some of this functionality actually. That's fine. Did I delete a comment? We can keep the comment too. There we go. That's fine if we can. All right. Oh wow, it actually works. It works surprisingly well. Wow. Okay. Well, that's super nice. It feels already like we're cleaning things up in a really nice way. So that's lovely. That might mean I might be off today at some point. All right. Let's see. Calculate uh, uh, for drawing. Yeah, let me just. All right. So yeah. So only here. Yeah, I think only here we should destroy ourselves. So just want to make sure there's nowhere else we destroy ourselves. Oh yes, actually, if the actual um, if the road is built. So I'm just writing an idea down here. So it's like perhaps we can do continuation with old end node as the new start node. So you can just like uh, keep perhaps if control is down, something like that. So if we click around while the control is down, we keep building something like or shift or something. That would be a cool function, and I think a lot of road city building in itself really comes down to the tools that are used, right? So now I've been playing a lot of City Skylines, and I can see that I accidentally put, or I don't know if it was an accident, but I put the City Skylines 2 as the game I'm playing, even though clearly I'm not playing that. Yeah, apologize to anybody who might have thought so. But I played that a bit, and it's I cannot play it without the mods. Like Move It, for example, is such a good mod, and then that's also kind of thing that I want to replicate here, like the free control of everything. And I want to have that, and then I want to have full control over all the tools, and then perhaps we can design some game modes where there are certain constraints on some of the tools. Like for example, you can see like vanilla, or like once the road is built, you can't just move it around. You have to do it over time or something. All right, but then what is the next step? So we can create these roads and we can do all these things, but there are some issues in terms of creating the T intersections and other kinds of things. So actually, let's start by doing something calculated. So here we can see here. We can click. So let's see if it's right. Another question I have right now is if should it be when it's within this circle? I would say yes, right? Yeah, and then you see exactly then it snaps like that, and I can do it again. But if I click now, yeah, exactly, and that actually works quite nicely, right? So it's over when we come back to the intersection stuff. That's really where we have to go into it. That's been the pain for such a long time. And then of course before we it's pretty fun that I can still have these nodes, and then I can actually create nodes between new nodes between them and stuff. And this is weird. It's weird that it's creating this rope right when it's like that, but not if I am. Oh, it's just some kind of specific way, like some kind of specific reason, perhaps. It's so weird. There it does it again, 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 again. But it is always. It's just always. Okay, so we. Okay, that's perhaps that's fine. So there, it seems to be that there's a problem uh, with the creation of the node, and I think perhaps it's because we perhaps somewhere in here create a new road or new point, new node, intersection node. We create here. Let's try and see. We are most likely creating a bunch of new roads and stuff down here, right? And so the thing is, we want to move all of this, or at least not all of it necessarily, but some of it here. The road network. See, the thing is with the road network, it does not have a list of nodes specifically. Mhm. And perhaps it should. That's very likely that it should. But we will not go, we will not get ahead of ourselves. I think I would like to have this true intersection stuff removed, but we can move this up here actually. There's no need for this to be in that order. Okay, we have some collisions, more stuff here. All right. Okay, so it's still happening. We have four rows, really. And my assumption is that it's something to do with these collisions that we have in here. Okay, let's clean this part up here as well. Okay, so let me just think about it one second more. So this is perfectly fine, and this is perfectly fine. Okay, good to know. What's the next step? So okay, so the next, so we have this collision road. What is this? Collision road. So we're doing a bunch of calculations here all over the place. Let's go and create a road. And as we remember, this function, the script function, specifically strictly only creates road and lane instances, not road segments or not nodes. Just takes the nodes that it already has. Okay, good. Does this one create any nodes? It's very important. Right. It does not create any nodes. This is, yeah, that is actually very important. We create a point here and down here. What I would love is if we could have one function. Doesn't matter if there's one or 10 intersections. We have it all fixed. Yeah. Okay. So let's try and so we just say here if is intersection. Okay. Well, what I would actually think is better is that we just have this intersection points count. Okay. Let me just think about it for a moment. Yes, this is fine in here because we can use this for a bit faster calculation within the step event. See, and we are also doing some weird stuff with difference between collision road and intersection points. We should call it something specific here. So first step, so what's the next step? So at this point exactly we calculate it again. And I don't know if that's completely necessary, but I think that's yeah, I think I would like to actually have all of this happen in the global step event, the global press, press. And so we can take this, we can make a function from it. We can say, we can make a new script. Uh, calculate, I don't want we will call it intersections, not intersection points, but just intersections. Okay, so that's just the term from now on. It returns these two. Maybe using this as a list, some kind. Hell yeah, good. I really hope that this way. The thing is that I also program in Python sometimes, so sometimes it's I forget what is which is which. Okay, so how many different points do we need? So we need the uh, start, start node one, end node one, start node two, end node two. So we have a total of four um, nodes, and we calculate the intersection points between those 4 points. And so let's start node one. That's yeah. They should all be nodes. I think just taking them all as nodes would be the best instead of all this stuff. So it's just hmm. No, I think actually no wait, just because oh, but then we would have to pass so many more arguments. No, I think just using nodes because we have they is one of those fundamental building blocks of our implementation is to have these nodes. So I think that's perfectly fine to have to refer to these nodes all the time. That should be pretty much it. Calculate intersection point. So here we call it intersection point. What is that? Because we are returning the x and y coordinates. Okay. All right. Great. So let's go down here again. We're literally building this the entire thing from scratch. Okay. So we can. So for each. I'm sorry that I keep going back and forward. I just have one constraint that I need to write down. The angle between two rows should be more than, I think, 15 degrees to colliding or intersecting. Yeah, because I was just thinking if we just, build two rows like right next to each other like that, I think it would be pretty bad. Um, and I will implement the criteria later. But okay, we see here, okay, so if there's an intersection, that's basically what we're gonna do the same thing in now, okay? But instead of saying if there's an intersection, we just say if it's larger than zero, okay? That's really the real if statement here. So we disregard all these other things. Okay. In here we can then say in here I would argue that we say like this. Okay, collision road, and it's not even collision road. It's a we're not calling anything collision anymore. Intersection. And so now we can go down into the history here. Step event, right? The step event, and if there's more than one, we can look. It's literally just the collision road list. So that's perfect. And again, before we were not calling it collision, we're calling it intersection now. So let's go back into our event up here. We can put this in here. We see that we don't have an I defined. So we I believe it returns the number of detected things in it. And so we say for I in this, right? We calculate, we find the intersection road. Then we find the point, okay? Uh, I don't know exactly how to, let's see here, there's a bar intersection point is equal to. Okay, so we know a couple of things about roads and points and these things. So um, we have yes, right. There should also be something to do with the if the yeah. Okay, I'll block it. Okay. So we have the end node, start at end node, and then we need to get the nodes off from the intersection road dot nodes 0. And I think that before we do anything else as well, I want to go into the road segment. I want to go in here. I want to put the oh, between two nodes. So instead of having an array of nodes, we can have an array of lanes because in the future we would like to just change the number of lanes that are in each road. All right, that's perfectly fine. But we want to have start. I would love to have a start node and end node. Okay, for any road segment. And perhaps we will change the definition a little bit as well at some point, but I like this to some degree. Um, so what's the next step? Oh, sorry. Why did I go out of this? We're still in here. And so, yes, exactly. So we are here now. And then instead of this, we will say start node and end node. Yeah. And then I don't, I'm sure there is a better option than this. Uh, okay. Now we have detected where it is. Then we will create the point. Here, intersection. And yes, that's actually fine. We can call it intersection node. Okay, so now here we create, and this should be able to be done for every single road that we are, let me see, yeah, that we are doing, we are colliding with. Okay, and then now comes the next point, right? Um, what if it's a collision with like a beginning or end of the road, right? Here, I see a lot of trouble possible here because we're not fully checking for the same thing that we're checking for in the beginning. So it's the hmm, yeah, I think actually already up here we can do that thing where we split it. We'll do it like here, the T intersection in the end, right? Yeah, we can literally just copy this entire thing before I just da da da. Yeah, just change everything to end. Pretty much. Huh. Create new. Yeah, that seems Pretty reasonable to me. And so the thing is now that if we have, so we create a point in, a node in the beginning, then we create a node in the end. And so we need to create segments between each intersection point, intersection, right? So let me just, so, so if there's three lines and intersect here, like this, as I have a starting node, an end node, and three collision points, intersection points, and three intersections. Okay, and in total I end up with one, two, three, four road segments, right? So I need to build one more road one more road segment than we have nodes. Okay, so the first one will be start to the first. Let's see here. So now we create the intersection node. That's nice. And then we should start creating um, some road segments. Okay, so then we say if, and I'm pretty sure I went through this before, this exact implementation, but we can just say here if I is equal to 0, then we create a road, new road is equal to so from the start node to intersection node. Yeah. Actually, I think I would like to separate these two. So uh, so that we first of all split all the rows. Let's just say exit, so that all this stuff down here gets completely disregarded. And then we can just say, here we go. All right, and then we have intersection node and intersection node. Beautiful, right? Split rows. And let's see, how does that look? It probably does not. We're probably going to encounter a bunch of errors. Well, actually, not a bunch of errors, surprisingly. But of course, we're not actually creating any rows anymore. So, so what we can do here is just say if intersection point count is equal to 0 instead of doing the other thing, and then we can just say else. There we go. And then we should be able to create some rows now if like we do down here, something like here, right? Exactly. And I would like to take a break soon, but then we should look into some more specifics on node creation. Because I think we should have a good way of handling every time a node gets created. Um, should be in here, of course. Because we see here with these pushing and stuff like that, there's a lot of unnecessary stuff. But we will check that out right now, and then we will do a break. So we should be able to create. mm, yes, that's right. We should just like pushing stuff. We will come back to that very soon. I will take a break now. Thank you. All right, we're back from the break, and now we start looking into what happened here because there's a couple of things that could happen. So create road. It pushes no, end node, start node, and end node, right? And that's yes, exactly with new road here. Yes, okay, very good. Instead, we could be say I wonder if this. I think what we can do instead. Oh, what am I thinking? So what we can do here is for all of these we will replace with a underscore start node, okay? And we will do the same for end nodes. So mark the fact that they're like temporary variables. And then we can just go back in here and then we can do like so. Okay. So that it's the right, we 100% ensure that it is the right variables that are set, right? Oh, no, yeah. All right, let's just try running it again. Okay. Yeah, so there is in the object itself, was it the road segment? It's in the set geometry. Well, yes, as we know, these are absolutely unnecessary. So instead of start n and start this, we start n and we replace that with a start node. So for us, it doesn't matter which direction it's pointing in that sense, as long as we know that there's a start and end node, right? For all roads. And we will do the same for end and end node. And I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know if they even. Another question is, this is never even. I don't believe this is run, and I don't think it should be run either. I don't like it. So let's get rid of this event. That is not the responsibility of the row segment to destroy itself in any shape or form. Let's try again. And object road network. The draw. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Back then, I assumed that there could be more than two nodes in a road. And I think I would like to have that idea with having a road that's a collection of multiple road segments so that we can also name them and all that stuff. That would be really cool. Um, but and that's also why I went back to call it a road segment. Okay, so the road segment is just one part of the road, and this is a linear right road segment. Okay, and perhaps we will change the functionality at some point so that it's a line segment and maybe some curvy stuff. Okay, So here we're drawing between lanes. We're drawing lanes. We draw, so just right here, draw lanes and draw nodes. Okay. For all roads, draw their nodes and lanes. For all road segments. That's that's how the functionality is now. Okay. So instead, wait, what? Yeah, it's important that we keep opening the right stuff here. Yeah, and it's actually, so we just say road dot start node dot x, and the same, I guess, there, and we just copy it and just do it again. I don't like referring like twice, but it's, and this can be gone. Let's see, just curious if anything works here. Surprisingly, it does work. And then now there's some issues with the collision stuff. Again, the nodes in the rows, the build step. Great. Well, that's perfect. That's now we are where we want to be. That's super awesome. Uh, Give me 1 second. There we go. Now we're ready um, to move on to we'll move back to where we actually want to do it here. So the problem was in this road builder step event at line 44. Let's just go to it, just have a look. Exactly. So what we actually really want to happen here instead is to calculate the same kind of thing that we do before, like so we can draw them, like the same as in here, right? Yeah, so I guess we have to do both things effectively, right? If is intersectional, sure, right? So there's, but what I would like to do is delete all of this. Yes, let's just do it because now we have delete all of this up to here. Then we say up to here, and then we go. What the fuck is this? Did I write this? Intersection roads. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Sorry, my language again. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's move on. So that's the intersection roads. Blah 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 blah. Intersection road. Blah 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 blah. Okay. So first of all, this is no longer collision roads. These are all intersection roads. Intersection roads. Okay. There's no more collision stuff. Collision is a term we use for when this or the gaming language uses itself. So let's just change all of these, make sure that there's nothing else, right? Okay, good. And then the same in here. Collision to intersection and intersection here. And then we delete all of this. I guess that's fine. Then for each one, we calculate the points and then we set them here. Okay. And so what we can do is we can just do like this. Var intersection point, right? So just one point is equal to uh, why is it not popping up here? Intersection. Oh, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, we are changing it to intersection point. Now it should be good. Yeah. And then we have so we have our own stack. Let's see here. This intersection road dot start node. So we have defined them all as this. So and then we do this again. So that's, I would argue that to be, okay in this sense. I like it. It feels cleaner actually. So okay. I don't know why I'm doing this down here. We will. I mean, you know what? That's fine. I'll keep it. Let's just see how bad it can be. It'll probably be pretty bad. Oh, surprisingly, not that bad. 45. That's perfectly fine. Oh yeah, I was looking right at it. Okay, great. So we are getting a pretty good place now, and it's drawing some things, perhaps not in the right way. Um, yeah, I don't actually. This is all pretty bad. We do like this. Is larger than 0. Probably why I didn't. Oh, okay. Hmm. I mean, we came pretty close, right? Let me just see again. So we can create. We cannot do much more actually, because we have all these kinds of things that are now in the way. Okay, that's fine though. That's fine. We're all good. We all set. So here, good. So before this, let me see. Okay, let me see. Okay, create intersection. This is this entire block here of code. Okay. Then we have to check uh, validity of intersections, right? Then we have some things. For example, should the nodes like snap along the way? Should they be made themselves? Should they not be, allowed to be created if there's any nodes too close to them? All these kinds of things, right? And this actually goes for both in here and in here. Mhm. Let's go back in this one, right? So it looks to me like these are not actually returning the proper thing, or what? Perhaps if I, um, my question is, if it matters which direct like in beginning or which order they are in, shouldn't matter, right? No, it should not matter. Hmm. Damn, that's a lot of That was a lot of. Hmm. No, but I'm pretty sure that's not the issue. Right? Oh shit. Let's just try and run it like this. So if, well, I can't probably tell what the, yeah, something like that, right? Well, that's great. That's great. Yeah, thank you. That's great. So that's, no, wait, that actually doesn't even make any sense. Okay, here. There we go. I mean, it's probably not the most beautiful. My God, Lord have mercy. There we go. Okay, so sure, it is good. That's fine. Okay, fine, fine, fine. So we want to be able to properly draw. Okay, and there's basically, so we have, so it's basically literally the same, right? Okay, I mean we can set this out here, right? Oh wait, yes we can. Because it doesn't get clear properly. Uh, yeah, we remove this because I thought it was ugly. It's interesting to me. Perhaps it's something to do with that. Let me just see where that happened. In split rows. Oh, okay. Uh, row to split. Start node. Very interesting. Perhaps there's somewhere where it does not get. Okay, so let's go back here on this one. Let's just do this. Let's just have a look again. So it's drawing, but not the right place. I'll just be also. Okay, great. So now I can destroy it again. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so here, because they know it's not actually created yet, right? That's impossible for us to do. Ah, that's why, right? Shit. Oh shit. Well, um, oh fuck. Yeah. Um, that could definitely create some problems, right? If the end node we give in is basically -1 -1, then of course we don't get any calc. Oh shit. Yeah. Hmm. I just got a very interesting idea, and that is to also create the end node and having it hover around the world, like following the mouse. That would make sense for this particular purpose. Um, you know what? I'm gonna try it. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. I think we can set X. Yeah, this is not what you're supposed to do. This is not what you're supposed to do. But it actually surprisingly works. Oh, but it. Oh, oh, this stops. Huh. Um, and then we. No, I think let's go back into the row builder. I think yeah. So that should actually always fall around, regardless of what's happening. And then at this, yeah, actually we can do like this, and with temp node. Uh, I think let's actually just like that. And that should also then be done. Because okay, so it looks to me like we don't have that destroy event for this thing here. And now that makes me think that we should, but we only have two instances where we are leaving it. So I think that should be okay. Right. Yeah, so here there's no longer a temp node. We're not using the temp node for anything. And we're never setting the the actual end node to the temp node. They have nothing to do with each other. It is only specifically for this right here to calculate the intersection points. Okay, and it works. So, well, now it is something wrong. Of course. Let's see here. Line 10. What? No. Network. I don't get it. I don't get it. Perhaps it's something to do with the yeah, because we're not doing anything to like push them properly. Okay. Yeah, that's very likely. Yeah, we're not pushing the rows properly, I believe. So what would be the next step? So the error happens in here. Mm-hmm. The thing is, and I think that's actually what has to happen next, is that we determine where things are getting pushed to the network. And I think in order for it to be completely seamless, it has to happen in the create road scripts. Right? And I actually think some of it already does happen in there. Yes, so we're setting start and end node in there. What about, okay. And what are we doing out? And what are we doing? Where? Here, was it here? Or was it here? What was I doing? I don't remember. Um, yeah, we were here. So we were pushing road Y. So the new node is created. Ah, okay. Ah, so it's not pushing it onto, they're just pushing the nodes onto them. With new road. Okay. Okay, let me just put this one up here as well. Good. So action, the road builder, here creates a new road. I think this functionality at the very least, I think, I don't know, but these as well, they all have to go back in. They all have to go in here. Yep. So that it all happens seamlessly like this. Let's get out of all this and go take a step back here. So they're here, we just create the road. And I mean, sure, that works. I mean, we don't know if it works, but it did work. I think I know the problem. There was the problem with now I'm drawing that node before I click. So actually here down, it should be destroyed down here, up here actually. Before I do anything, so don't snap to any road that should not be. Okay. It's this temporary node now that's bothering me a bit. It's it was actually a bad solution now that I realize it. And what we can do actually is we can We just delete these, and we just set the node as its, or do we? We don't even need to do that. No parent. Okay, I think. Yeah, I think it should be perfectly fine. So let's go back in here, and then here. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, well, let's see again here. So it was in the step event. Don't know why this just needs to update real quick. Just needs to update itself, and that should be fine. Looks good. Now we're in a split road. There's some nodes in here, so that's fine. Replace this with just a dot. Why are we not just referring to this again? That's it. Let's try again. Great. So the splitting works. It looks good. Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff now still going on around. That's fine though. That's fine. Um, Good. So the next step, let's just make sure that we do everything correctly so far. So we have this, and then we can draw an intersection point, and it draws it nicely here. Okay, so that's very good. Then when we click, so now we go back in here. We can try and see exactly what error comes when we do this. So do this, and then we do this. Oh, that works. But I mean, it doesn't work. It works. It kind of works, right? So we see. So we see that there's no rows created, and that makes perfect sense, right? Because we don't create any rows. And so basically what we're going to do now is we're going to create those rows. So we know that there are exactly 4 segments that have to be created, right? So there has to be created a segment in between each node, each intersection node, and then start to the last. Okay, like we drew in here. So in total are there 5 nodes, if there's three intersection points, of course. That makes total sense. So what we do is we split them up here. We could add it to a list, and then after we split them, we could build rows between them. I think I would like to do that. So up here we say var I points for intersection points. Okay. Or intersection nodes. So choose the list. Yeah. Then we do the splits. We don't care about the other stuff here. But then when we're done, so that's in here. We're still in the. We're going to go again for each intersection point, basically. Um, so we can create a road. Start node is start node, right? Yeah. So we can now we can create a node from the first. Then we can also create a road from. Intersection points count. So if there's three, that's the third index, which would which is why we have to subtract by one, and then here we would have the end node, and then we would have to do a small for loop here, for loop for this. So here this is looped 3 times. Here is only looped twice. Okay, and then we will create a. Actually, what we will do instead is we will set from I is equal to 1, because then we can just say. No, never mind. I. So this from I to I plus 1, right? So now we make rows between each section. Okay. Create first from start to first intersection node. This is the best solution that I've made so far, so that works perfectly for me. And create last road from create road from last intersection to end node. For create segments between each intersection. Right? That's basically what we want to do here. And so if there, let's say that there was exactly one intersection, we can also change this to intersection count actually, as it is. But we are now doing something that sort of works. It looks like to me. We are probably most likely building too many nodes in here right now. But if there were, but there's no issues, which is great. But one too many rows are being created, or two too many rows, I think. So we created this is fine. Oh, it was not detected properly, it seems, for some reason. Okay, so now we have one, two, three, four rows, 5 lanes. I would assume then the issue is okay. It looks good actually. It works. The problem is then that we have pushed the rows in too many times. The same rows in yeah, more more times. Uh, okay, great. So split the road. Let's try to look at the split road again. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. So the thing becomes now about the pushing of the nodes to and that's what we did in here, wasn't it? Yeah, exactly. So we have to now remove all these pushing. These are fine. These are removing the old nodes, but here we don't want it. Splitting node. Not sure about this one either. I think. Yeah, but yeah, this is also created. This is also done. It's built in. So let's try and see. Beautiful. And it looks actually super nice now. And now we have some other issues, which is perfectly fine. We're very happy with it, with how it is going so far. And then we perhaps should um, look into the if everything is working as intended. So you can see over there the nodes, everything is fine. And we can break some stuff apart. There sometimes seems to be an issue that I believe what happens is there's something that's not properly reset. Um, yeah, so the road itself is not. Let's just try and go into it. But then I think we will take another break soon. Let's see what time is it now. Line 6. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. But I guess that we should dive into that after the break. So now my question is there a possibility to take a longer break? Choose how long it will show as to but stream will keep earning. It's not like my stream is earning anything right now. That's fine though. I'll take a 5 minute break, so it might be going for a little bit longer. And yeah, I'll talk to you in a bit. All right, I am back from the break. I brought myself another Coke. Let's see. So I was thinking while I was on the break about the notes. And I think I would like to take a step back and make sure the notes themselves are defined properly. So, first question is the note a physical object? The answer says no. Why does it have a collision or I guess right? The thing is, I don't want it to have a sprite necessarily. We can just. I would like for it to not have any collision mask. I want to see if that changes anything. No, it does not. The nodes are just not drawn anymore, which is fine. Then I would like in the dev interface to draw um, no, not in the road network. I would like to just draw the every single node that exists, right? We just add the code snippet real quick. There's no need to write it all. So we just say is the instance or count or object length? No, instance number, I think. Node var node is equal to instance finds. Oh, that doesn't even make sense. What else should write there? Then we have draw a circle. Radius, I want it to be a quite small radius this time around, maybe 4, false. And I want it to be draw color, so it's black, I think. Wait, it doesn't really matter, but let's see now if everything works. So, okay, we draw. If I don't do anything, okay, great. It looks to me a bit weird the way it's drawing anything really, but I guess that's what we're working with. Yeah. That's fine though. That's good. Then we are I think actually isn't it because we have set it to different resolution that actually what it's because it's a full yeah, it's because it's a full HD resolution on my more than that. I have it, the screen is what 1440, isn't that what it's called? P. We also just recently passed the 3 hour mark for our stream today. Definitely the longest stream we had. Um, and I hope this can, as titled, mark the end of this problem with the road network, at least in the first iteration of the game. Very nice. So I want to have the nodes be defined a little bit better, and then I want the and then I want the road network to have a little bit more to say. And there's in terms of having the road the road network being the main responsible for the road network as it is. So there's a couple of things. One thing is that with the road mask, the road has a mask now. It is because it is actually a physical object in the world. So because this is the easiest way in GameMaker to calculate these collisions with other instances, right? One thing I would love to do is, even though it's a weird thing, is to have this the node here. There needs to be a one. What am I saying? It needs to be the x and y of the nodes has to be integers, whole numbers. I think I mentioned it before. So they cannot be floating point numbers. I think for me that would just make it a tiny bit more nice feeling. All right. So for the road builder itself, we're going to go in here. So for the road builder itself, that is created when we have already started creating the node. So here, right, so wherever we are creating or setting from mouse X here, mouse X there, here temp end node no. If snapping, there is no new node here, right? So I would like for this to just be um, like this every time. Doesn't matter with this one. Okay. All right. So there, and then in the so this function, if you don't know that it sets it rounds up every time. Okay. It rounds up to the largest nearest integer. So we can write it as a constraint or something. Node coordinates are should should always be integers. Use skill to round. Doesn't really matter if you round up or down or you do like a splitting in the middle. It's because it's also about when you how the user feels creating everything. So what's the next step? It is so every time we create a new node, yeah, it should be whole number. That's fine. I feel like there's another place where we create nodes, and that is in here. Exactly. So it's literally the same function, just for the end node. Yeah. Another thing is I want to name them, every node, A, B, C, D, everything like this. Okay. And that's also the road network's responsibility. I want to name them with A, B, C, D, E as letters to make it also user friendly and so they can show some nice things on the video as well. Okay, but before I get ahead of myself again, let's see. Um, is there any place else where when we calculate the intersection points here, right? So we have some nodes. We can make some nodes here exactly. Here we can just easily do that again. And then I want to be able to hover over a node and then be able to see its coordinates and all the things it has connected to it. Okay, so we're gonna go up here in the road network. So as we can see here, um, road selected. That's how we select the roads. We can do the exact same thing. We actually do it beforehand. So node selected. Then we will go. We will actually just do the exact same thing. We will set here node selected, and we will just set. And see here, here comes actually the funny part because this has no. It has no sprite. I removed the sprite from the node, right? But we can do a simple workaround here. Okay, if instance exists, node, we just create another here that says closest node, so mouse. Actually, we have this exact thing made in another place, but I think see the thing is it doesn't make sense to have it. Maybe it should be its own thing to have all these stored of the selection, you know. And it's fine for the road network to know which one is hovered over. Um, but for now, I think until the implementation is large enough, we should also just keep it simple. But I would like for the road network now, for now at least, to have all these things stored in memory. All right, so node selected closest and road selected road. So let's see here if closest node to mouse is equal to instance nearest. Yeah. I guess this one just goes through all of them and returns the one with the closest XY coordinate. That's what I'm hoping for at least. Um, and then if this, it's so dumb. If point distance is smaller or equal to 4, because it's the same radius as the else, there we go. Then of course we have to draw uh, right here. We just go here. If node is equal to node selected, we start by drawing a large white circle now, right? I feel like that's nicer. Draw set color white. And we should make it a bit bigger then. Click down a bit. 32 balls. And then last thing is, I want to have it. I want to give it a name or tag or something. We'll just call it name. Is there anything to do? It's because these things are already built in, and I want to kind of make my own system now. Build. We just call it name. Just set to A like this, okay? And then we set the color to white, and then we say draw set color. Draw text name. Yeah. Right, let's go. I probably cannot see it because of the UI so over it. Oh, maybe we cannot see it all because something else. Oh, that's stupid. There we go. Excuse me, that was a bit silly. There we go. There was something there. It has to be really close for it to be selected. And it draws like a tiny. Okay, so we'll just make it, for nodes, it will make it a bit bigger. And if we have a node selected, we don't want to also have a node selected, okay? If it probably doesn't update, probably not. We can get a little bit closer now, I guess. Still not even close to good enough, so it has to be like 32, and then we just do rows. Very good. So if I just, yeah, so now we can see A, both these nodes call A now. Very good. So now we can, instead of make a new font, because that's what I'd like to do, just say div. I like to make it like really big. I want something that's very easy to read. It doesn't necessarily even have to be for the dev only, but maybe we'll make a nice signature font later. Road network, no. What is this? Yes, actually, this was here, and then say draw set font, div, and then there we go. Now it's just set everywhere, which is fine. But then I also, for each one, I don't want to just draw the distance and all that stuff. I want to just draw it every time. Let's see here. There's probably a place where there's some notes where I draw some text. Probably maybe in the notes themselves. Yes, exactly. This is not something we need. We can delete this event now. No point in having it. And there we can put in some here. Node.roads. Um, and then I would like also to draw like an arrow for every road, so it can like draw every for every road it has. Perhaps I just draw it like that. That would be pretty cool. But let's just see if this is good enough. It doesn't draw it. Oh, it has to be, no, of course. Should be a stable point, Both have one connected to each other now. That's pretty good. This unfortunately has there's a road connected so that it should not be there. There's 4 rows. Okay, it's all messed up in this regard. Completely fine. Completely fine. Very good. So the next step, let's look in here again. Let's just look at it. Get out of everything like this. Okay. Let us in here. Here exactly. I just want this. I wanted to the idea come through that the node is in this. It's probably not something you notice a lot very clearly. All right. So now, yes, exactly what I said. So now we want to, for every node, when we hover over a node, when we draw here, we will also draw the same here. Okay, basically the same. Uh, what we can do, I'll cut it down heavily, but what we can do is we can copy paste it for now. Then in the for loop, we can say for node dot roads exactly. It's not defined in here, we know. And then we can define each road, and that could be like so. Should be pretty straightforward. And then we just draw for every lane, and we can actually just here we draw just set like remove this. See yeah, sure. Let's just set it also see light gray. Yeah, damn. That's a big piece of code to just copy in here. But it will also only happen if the node is the node selected. So the node is like there we go. Ah, okay, and we have it does not. I don't think. Can I not please see like where else it is? Oh well. Let's just change this to J J J J J J J J. Right? I don't think there's anything down here that we're talking about. Let's see if it works. Yeah, well, it definitely draws this. Hell yeah. Now we're starting to experience some issues because then there is the different connections and stuff. But we can actually, I think this is a useful step just for debugging as well to make sure that when we select some stuff, it goes over. Like, let's just remove this part actually. There's no point in. And then actually, what I would like to do instead is to say and 0.5 and then just have it a bit more width around what 20. Yeah, see, then it's connected to there. You see, if I select it like this, normally it's like this, but if I, then you can see where it's connected to. Okay, so that's two different points here. One point here, one point here. That's actually good that we have done this as well, because this is now getting the closest node. Damn, there's a lot of stuff going on now. Yeah. So I believe And this is where we have to do now. Now we have done that part. We have had messed around with it, had fun with that. It was indeed very fun. Now we need to go back to the road builder itself, okay, and finish these issues. For some reason, is there something wrong with this? It's just the second time it's done it. I think it's just the interpreter or compiler, whatever you want to call it, it's just a little bit sloppy. So we need to ensure that every time we do something, we push nodes and everything properly into the system. Okay. What we have managed, what we have managed to do so far is put the entire road creation into a create road function and remove everything that is about it effectively and do everything around it differently. So let's see here. If you go into create road, I would like to have this function up here because this is something that we're going to use a lot. When we create roads, right, we take the node in here. This is built in. It pushes everything together. Okay, so it's important that we don't do that anywhere else anymore. I think we have fixed that part, but that was a problem. Good. And this seems to work perfectly, right? So the problem also becomes, see, I think down here we kind of did some solution exactly here. If it is a if it's contained, I think actually I like this solution. If the road, we can never collide with a road, and I think I'll write that down. You can, it's not necessarily a criteria or constraint, but I'll just write it down here either way. You can never collide with a road when snapping to one of its nodes during road building. Right. We should probably also have more concise language. Is it a build a road, create a road, and create a road segment? All these kinds of things. Let's see here. So we managed to do this. Some of this works okay, but again we see there's some extra things being created. Okay. So we agree with ourselves that we like this solution. If array contains, we set this true intersection. I would like to try and not save a value for that. There's no reason to do that. So let's just copy this one here. Check validity of intersections. So we don't have any code in there now, but now we will. Let's see here. This one is end node, but this should not be the end node. It should be the intersection node. Oh, this is the. Let me think about this for a second. But this is only when we snap, right? But this is also covered in here, actually. Hmm. I see, I see. Okay, that should be. I think that should be done with somewhere else. Um, so what we will really want instead is just to have like a check if valid right here, and then I want. So let's see here. If array contains the end node, the root. Let me see here. If we have that, then but that should be that's now I'm messing it up. We calculate so that should be only for when it's splitting. So when it's splitting, okay, okay. So the question is here: are we setting a node? We're setting the end node up here, right? We're splitting rows and we're setting. So the row select is none. So we just ask if the end node is -1, but it should be right. That's right. When we snap, it is. But we should have an indicator then of whether or not it's snapping in the end. And then we can go back and have that boolean as like we did before. This again needs to compile. Um, then we can let's see here. Close to one. Let's try. Let's try. So we are able to build this. Let's just test the. It says snap end there, but it's yes, that's right. It's because we kind of reverted that functionality that we had before. Okay, but that's okay. We can rebuild it. It's actually it actually is a good solution because it actually is always only the end node. Damn, that's pretty interesting. So let's copy this again. I think I'm not sure if I kept it in my thing. Okay, let's see here. So if it contains the collision road, and it's not no longer called collision road, it's called intersection road, which is this one here. And then we can do like this. Uh, I believe maybe this should be a decent solution. Let's try and see here now. So it is possible to do this. It's possible to split them. Right. Oh my God. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, it makes total sense. And so we actually are going to do something similar to this is true intersection, but instead we're going to say else. We're just gonna say if this is bit larger than one, or basically larger than zero actually, then we do all that. Yeah, because then we damn. It's just a bit silly solution. Am I allowed to do this? I don't know. It feels like it's a bit illegal. Maybe it is. Oh, well, that worked. And now I have created a note here by accident. That works. This does not still not work. Okay. So again, it has something to do with the. Now we fixed the end snapping, I believe. We also have to do it for the beginning, and that is in here. So let's try to see here. Again, we already went through this once with the snapping at the beginning. We create a node if there's not any node, right? And what did we change anything about it in here? No. But then it is because it's because the intersection is very much in the beginning. So it can also not be uh, connected to the start node, right? So we can say and start. Is that a fair assumption? So we can see. Oh, it works sometimes. That's very interesting. I guess because it's the way it measures if there's an intersection or not. So here there's no intersection if I have. Okay, very interesting. Hmm. So just the way it measures the intersections themselves, right, is a bit. But see again here, this one should not matter. That's the most important thing, that it shouldn't matter, right? So there is a collision point. There's exactly one collision point, right? I guess we could, for every collision point, look where is the closest node to me when we create it. Would that make sense? Let me just. So all of this is totally fine. And if you do like this, it's not fine. If you do like this, it is fine. Perhaps because it's a start node. No, that should really not make a difference. Right, so what happens here, right, is that we, yeah, see what happens unfortunately is that we never build the road in the end, okay? So then she just goes down here, else we just, yeah, I feel like that's pretty fair. Now we have the exact right situation. Exactly. So this says that we have six nodes, one, two, three, four, five, six. We have five rows, one, two, three, four, five. If I just put one here and then go over here, that's beautiful. Okay, now comes the big trick. I don't think this is gonna work yet. I mean, that's crazy if it works. So I have this node is connected here, this connected here, this connected here. I mean, I'm really, if it, what's happened there? Oh, if it's on this. Oh shit. We are so close though. That was amazing. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Mm, okay. It's interesting to me how it can be. I just want to make sure it's not off by one thing. So I is initially zero. That means because it could actually be minus two. It actually might be. But I think if I do set negative minus two, I don't think that's the what I'm supposed to do here. Or what? It actually might be. It actually might be. Might be actually be creating one too many, though I'm not sure. Okay, still looks pretty good. Okay, now you're gonna have two intersection points. See, yep, that's what I was afraid was gonna happen. But oh, everything looks good otherwise. So there was just maybe too many collisions that he couldn't figure out. Um, I mean, isn't there like a simpler way to append list? Isn't that like in the normal append list? Array push? So, oh, okay. I thought array push pushed it closer to the start. That's why, like a stack, you know. That's why I was afraid of it. But it's a significantly easier solution. Very nice. Um, yeah, I feel like, is this actually the end of this? I don't think so, though. So, this is, all looks pretty damn great. So now we have this tiny segment. That's the thing, you know. It's like, what's going to happen here? See, I would argue that for every intersection point, if we could, if they're close enough to a snapping node or to a node, another node, then we could just let them snap to that instead. Would that make sense? Just make sure we write everything down. It's really important because you can really easily forget everything. Hmm. It's interesting to me how it can be out of range when I oh wait oh, that's not what I should be doing. I don't know why I should be. I see. Hmm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. There's no reason to reason. There's no reason And then as well here, it could definitely be reasons for. I mean, I really don't like this again. It's like maybe get less. Yeah, very nice. Should be pretty much nicer. And then let's try this array first, since we are already doing it. And then yeah, and then we can say array get. Should we really do that? But is there I actually think, let me see here, if I do for loop. Ah, it's just that. Just let me see this. Maybe it's because of this. Feels weird to me right now. So the thing is, I want to be able to also like, go like this, and I don't think is that worked. Did I fix it? It 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 can do it. I mean, that would then not be fully. Okay, but what if I do like this then? Should that be? Yeah, it becomes too much of a. I mean, I can't even tell you why that's wrong. You know, um, draw. That's not. Is it? Well, therefore, it's I think there's some things that are created there, and that they might be destroyed immediately, perhaps because. Never mind. Um, let's see here again. So let's just say that if the collision points go through a a node that already exists, right? Or if a collision point is close to a node, then we will snap to that node instead, right? So that's here. And then, I mean, then it certainly would be good to have a mask on the object node. Hmm. Let me see, is it possible to like instance nearest? Yeah, it is. Let's see, isn't this what we actually want? Intersection. So every time we have an intersection node, we look at the nearest node to the intersection, right? And then let's just say that it's 32, the snapping threshold, okay? Actually, let's just put it to the snapping threshold. So let's say if point distance of is smaller or equal to snapping threshold if it is smaller than that, which means then we set the intersection node to the nearest node. And then we can indeed believe we can. So we can. And then we can say else. So it will be set regardless. And that should be very nice. So then every time it sets to that instead. And then we don't split either. Oh, this is array push I nodes intersection node. And then push that. That's fine. Oh wait. Yeah, so we don't. If we push it if we create a new node. Right. If we have to create a new intersection node. Exactly. Okay, pretty interesting. So what we really want to do here is do like something like this maybe. Oh. What? Oh, wait, what? We still need to push it. Yeah, we still need to do this one. So we can take it outside. Intersection node needs to be pushed regardless. So that we can create the segments between them properly. I believe so. I think so. So let's just try to do like this. Very good. Let's just try to do like this. It's completely broken. Maybe. Oh. Let's try again. Um, let's just make a rectangle here. All the rectangles look good. And then we can do, so what I think we can do is we can do like this. That is just perfect. And then the question is if we can do like this. I don't think we can. I think we can. That's lovely. Okay, great. So what if I do like this now? Yes, that's exactly what I want to happen. Wow, that's amazing. Let's go. I mean, I'm sure I can provoke some kind of error somewhere. Maybe. There we go. So there is a, so this error that comes down is the object road network it happens because maybe it says that there are more roads that are actually created. Let's can go. So let's go into the road network, and it's under the draw event. So okay, um, so the my question is now on road network. Let me see here. So we're doing that, and then we can select something like road. And I think this one will be calculated first either way. I would love for them to all do exactly that. It's exactly what I wanted. That's so beautiful. Let's do like this, and then let's try to go up here. So freaking cool, bro. That's incredible. Okay, that's so nice. Okay, sorry for geeking out a bit over this. Then okay, draw text. Here we draw, and then we also want to draw a right above it. Uh, uh, so now when we hover over over a node, we can also see the exact coordinates, and they're always now. Yes, so they can be moved a little bit sometimes. Oh, there we get an error again. I'm really wondering what kind of things. My problem is that my problem is that this doesn't work. That's my problem. Yeah. Draw nodes, draw lanes. My problem is that this function. Yeah. Hmm. So I have a feeling. I'm afraid somewhere something is getting pushed to. Let me just see. Let me make sure. So, okay, that's good, and that's good, right? Everything is super nice. That already box out. Oh, at the mouse road builder. That's literally where I am right now. I have to find the instance. Ah, oh, I thought I had already. This is so weird. Why is this bug coming first now? I feel like it should have come before, doesn't it? Hmm. Well, there cannot be any intersection if there's no nodes in the first place, right? So why on God's green earth is this even a problem? Let me just clear out. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do actually. Let me just clean my entire program, run it. Okay, test one. Okay, let's just do this a couple of times. We're ensuring. Oh, I see it now. Okay, I think I get it now. The problem is that we are changing the road network structure on the go like that. Hmm. So when we click on it, it's because of the specific ordering. That's pretty interesting. How long have we been streaming for now? Over 4 hours. Amazing. Definitely also getting my brain used up, but it's all good. Okay, so we're still down here having all of this stuff that we have removed. So here the pushing and the pushing. So every time we create, so in general, it all works. We can say that much. In general, it all works. So let's try and see now. Wait a minute. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I think this is better just to clean it up like this nicely. We could have our more conditions up here. Create the end node, clear out everything, and then destroy itself in the end here. See, that's funny. I mean, I guess it's the okay. So let me see here. It's funny how it works the first time, right? But not the second time. Let me just try to so let's create one here. We can create this next node, but we now get an error for the road network. The error comes in here. Oh, are we putting something else in? Is it because it's not a road segment? I mean, this does not make any sense. I think, let me see here. So this is the create road script. With the new, with every time it pushes the new roads, and it pushes to the other nodes, it pushes that one. These two, I believe, 100%. This is good. This one, and then that means now it's time to really look into the since we have mostly fixed actually. God bless for that. Mostly fixed the building itself, okay, of the roads. So now we just need to make sure that the road network. So now we need to make sure we have the right expectations of the road network. And what are our expectations? Let's go in the road network. Let's look at it from outside here as well. So we have three functions of the object road network. We can go in here. We start the create. This is a list of objects of road segments. Clearly, it is not by default ordered. It's ordered by creation nodes, I would assume. Then they have these selected and those things here. I would like to set up a try, and I do not know how to do it properly. I rarely write these kind of cases. Oh, but I have to go here. Try, catch. Let me just find the exact syntax for this. Okay, so try, catch. Um, see an exact example. You know what? I will do actually exactly what it says right here. Show debug message. I would assume that one can. Yeah, this would all. Yeah, this is just by default. And then I don't think we need to have the finally. There. But so then we can just move on instead of bugging out over this. If this is just such a small thing, Let's try to count. One, two, three. One, two, three, four, five, six vertical lines. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 6 plus 7 is indeed 13. Very good. It has managed to find some ways now to. Damn. It has managed to somewhat find some ways to build these roads in a proper manner. I think it's awesome that it can do this much. It might be doing a little bit too much, but now if that's the only error that we have, we can. If I mean this is we don't we. I mean the fact that I can just do this makes me extreme. Okay, there we go. Wow. Okay. Uh, yeah, I would believe. Yeah. Of course, this is something that can be handled in a different way. One thing I would like to do, let's see here. So there's a number of roads here, right? Road segments. But then I would also like to see a network. No, actually, I'll just add it on here. Uh, network road count plus string of road network dot. I wonder if we indeed. Let's see, is anything good here? What if indeed they will consistently stay the same? That's really hard to say for sure here. There's one there, one here, one, two, one, two, two. Yep, it already. So there's definitely some places where, and that's clearly the reason why errors happen, right? So we do not remove some roads again properly, and then they don't exist anymore, but they're not removed from the road. So they think the array thinks that it has things inside of it, which which it doesn't anymore. So I know that there is in fact one place where we remove, I believe it's in the split road function. Yes, exactly. So here we do indeed remove, well, I believe, isn't this the reason? This is not supposed to. Oh, it is supposed to be. Okay, let me see. Um, that's all good. One would perhaps argue. Hmm. Let me read it again. It is okay. There is actually that's good. Now we're gonna do this. So then my question is, oh, my answer is it's not because there are too many there we don't remove them. It's because we add too many. So it's clearly not in there. It must be in the road builder again. So there must be some stuff here where we push, perhaps. Maybe not. So when hmm, we create a bunch of rows here, right? Hmm. My question, so here, I'll just show debug message, new road added to network. Exclamation mark. New road added to the network. Or to network. That's one. New road added to the network. Again. Very good. New road, one, again, just one. Okay, now, boom. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 7 times? So how many times should we do it? So let's just recreate this thing. Look like this, and then we did like this, right? So okay, now we made a note down here. That's okay. So we went from 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes and 3 rows. How many? So we create a bunch of new rows. So we go from 3 to 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nodes, rows. And so it should only add, I mean, technically. So it splits this one up, it destroys one, then it creates 2 new. There's plus one, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should only be 5 in total. So it happens 2 times too many. This function is called 2 times too many. Why? Or why are we pushing this 2 times too many? So it would seem that every time we break up a road, Split road here. I mean, it must be because of these things down here, right? I must be running this too many times. Let me debug message. String. Wait, get that out here. Excuse me. All right, there we go. What's going on? Yeah, sure. Is it three? I really need three. Yeah. So, and that happens every time we build a road now. Every time we have a collision. One. Damn. Oh, it's just keep spamming. Can I please see? Let me see what it says. Two, I think. Well, sorry. Oh, let me just. If I could just exit the thing. Two items. Because in here, we would also like to make a statement. Nice. So these two are in the same now. So, maybe splits. Nice. That's actually cool. That makes me feel better. New road added to network. That's what I do there exactly. Yeah, well, yes, exactly, because we actually do add seven when you think about it. Because we split two roads up, so we added. Yeah, damn. And then I would definitely like to not. Was it in here? No, it was in the network. Definitely like to not do that. Just trying to see here. Uh, let me just do one there. A new road has been added to the name, and then possibles. So technically there should be one, two, three, four new roads. But instead there's five. Let me do it one more time. Okay. New road added. Pause event. Oh, it looked like we didn't. It seems like we didn't get a perfect like a collision, which it seemed like it didn't. It didn't. Right there. Sometimes I think if it's a perfect 90-degree maybe, then it doesn't want to. Don't know if that's the reason here. Okay, let's see. Can I keep my shit together for 1 minute? There we go. We created a road, and then we made a pause. Now we're gonna to do this. Boom. We're gonna go back. So that's what happened. So it created three, then it printed I knows one, then it created three more. Okay. Ah, well, I mean, perhaps we should road destroyed. Lord have mercy on me. All right. Let's see now. Road destroyed. And then road added to network 2 2. Let me try again. And then we can move on after that. Okay, so we did this. Pause. And then this. And that says added, one destroyed, added. Okay. So why is this counting 6? I mean, hmm, is it because it's an array? I would like for it to be a map instead. Very good. We're gonna change the entire road network into a map. Yes, that is indeed what will happen. Let's go out here and get into the real world. Have a looky. The road network. Okay. Hmm. It would be a map with all the roads in it. That will be it, right? Yeah. There we go. And now we'll just make sure every time we push something, we just add it instead. So we'll say here, okay, then we have a key, and then we need to have a key and a value, right? Hmm. Oh, is it better? Why are we using? I'm sorry, but just give me 1 second because I need to find the best data structure for this exact thing. I mean, effectively, it does not really matter. But I think I would like to just, so, okay, I go back a step. And instead of map, it's going to be a list. Because there's no point of us having any key value pair for this kind of thing. At least not right now, unless we want to have a specific, like, handmade indices or anything, something like that, or keys for it. But instead, we will take array push into ds list. Is there a push? There's no push function for this. No, and that's good. That's not good. I don't like that either. Add. Yeah, yeah. Great, 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 great. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll go back. Ds list create. Very nice. Um, I guess in principle, all also the nodes should be DS lists. I actually think we will do that right now for everything. These arrays, I don't like. So we will change everything from arrays to DS lists right now. Okay, start by going in node, rows. There we go. We can also go in here, DS list, row network. Oh, can you, what? Uh, it's pretty much the same things for most of it. Is it called remove in here then, or is it called delete, destroy? Let's delete. Yeah, very good. Hmm, yeah, we don't need this one anymore. Very nice. Yeah, I did not expect it to work. Okay. Yeah, so now that we're changing everything up again. Let's see here. So the entire data structure, but I think this is a necessary change, and this is as good a time as any. We can start by just looking at the error we got now. Yeah, and then error in action. Now one mouse event global left press road builder. Very good. Line in create road and in up in 28 here. Okay, so what's the problem? So in the create, I would assume, so there seems to be a problem somewhere inside here. Line 26. Well, of course, you cannot, this is not something you do. Is it? I actually am not sure. Let's see here, what this is again. No. Does it have to be like this? Oh, okay, let me give me a second. Before I change this, let me just go in here and write this. Before, I mean, it definitely could still be some issues. It's line 37. Um, if array contains, instead we say if ds list, they don't have a contains. I mean, okay, make a ds list contains. Like I should, okay. Ah, okay, you can do. Okay, maybe that's actually better. Uh, find value. What is it return if it's not returns undefined? Okay, whatever. Okay, so okay, that's annoying. If ds list find value or find index. Okay, so we're looking at a road. End node. Oh, okay, it's just not updated fully yet. That's okay. And then again here, very nice. And so what we can do is if find index, if the value does not exist, it is not if. So if it does not contain, right, that's what we looked before. We had not contain. All right, that means that does not contain, which means that this is if this and this. Right? So then it returns -1 if there's nothing there. So that's basically the same. Now let's have a look. Okay, great. Yeah, really don't like arrays if we can make these lists instead. So we just have to go through it. Row segment destroy. Really? Ah, okay, but that's also really silly. Okay. I wish there was like for each in list in isn't there like a for each like for while loop? You don't have a for each. Maybe not. Nope. Alright, it's fine. DS list size names. Right. It was this one. Yep. And it was just let's just uh, we were just destroying them. Let me just okay. Yeah, we're just destroying them. Yeah. All right, great. So this next step it is to oh yeah. I will have to do a break again soon, but we are getting closer. Um, I mean, I think that should be good enough. We don't need to remove the thing because it gets destroyed right after itself. So now we can do this. For some reason, the rows are not actually being put in again. That's okay. I should. Okay. Let's see here. So the lanes, we destroy them. Did we do anything wrong now? When everything was fine, right? But we should just make sure we create them. Yeah, that's probably set whatever. Yeah, bunch of issues in here. Now that we have indeed not an array, but a ds list size. So we just have to replace a bunch. Ds list size. Every time we just search for array. Ds list size. Array. We can just copy this. There. And no more now. Beautiful. That was just in one of them. Oh, so what I what I would assume had happened was a bunch of errors popping up here that I didn't see. Yeah. Let's see now. But now we're actually getting an error. Trying to index a variable which is not an array. 42. Very good. Good to know. I believe with DS lists, as far as I remember, you can just put a line in front of here, and then everybody should be happy. Not too much fuss. Alright, well, we're definitely getting something. Cool. Yeah, it's just because of the all of this stuff in here. So I actually would like to try and not try. I mean, why is it that it's still? I don't know. There's also something here. I mean, I would like to just remove this try completely because right now we're just getting rid of a bunch of bugs that might actually have been a good thing to have so that we could know what is going on. All right, it cannot draw this because there's something to do with the thing. Very good. Um, but mhm. So that's for each road in the road neighborhood, right? Uh, wait, what? Yeah, see, that's the thing. I mean, I could do it with arrays, but DS lists. Hmm. I feel like, I mean, it might be a little bit more expensive in terms of memory and stuff. And if I, what does it return? Um, let's see if this changes anything. I think no. I guess let's just try. Let's just do the try catch again. I think we can just do try without having to do catch, do we? We do. Okay. So there actually is some kind of. Uh, And now I feel like it's going in backwards. Line 44. I feel like it was going super well for a second ago. Now I'm fucking everything up. Man. What is going on? What's going on? I don't get it. I simply don't get what. Now everything works beautifully again. How? I mean, I don't get it. I think I'm going crazy. Okay. Clean, please. Thank you. Let's try just run again and see can we. Like, I'm curious if we can get that. It's very interesting. Why? Hmm. Yeah, it's a small bug where I guess is if it's three, if it's a completely right angle on it. So that's it. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, but let's just see here. Huh. Let me just go into the. Now we yeah see here. There we go. Let's see. Well, as you can see again, bunch of issues when at the intersection steps. Definitely a lot of new ones created. But it's very interesting for me. Let me just get out of all this. We're gonna take a break soon, but road segment. What is that? What is that? Yes, and then here as well. We are not working with arrays at all. Yeah. What? Oh yeah, yeah. So where were we? Yeah, okay. So in this case, we can just do like so. Yeah. Uh, I was wondering because there's in Python you can do like negative, and then it takes the last one. Okay. All right. Fine, 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 fine. Um, and then all right. Well, again, it's as ugly as shit. Let's try, see what happens. Can never go to more wrong than already has. That works. What was it exactly we wanted to do? Here we go. Yes, of course. Now it comes to the good stuff, which is down here. I mean, it literally took 1 second. Okay. Clearly some issues regarding the road count still in terms of the thing is that I would like set data. It is recommended to use arrays and structs over DS lists and have a similar functionality. All right, but I think it is time before we go any further to take another break. Thank you for participating so far. All right, we are back from the break. It was a bit longer break this time around. That's okay. Um, let's have a look at where we are now. So my question is really, does it make sense to have this pushing to the road network in the first place? Because we can always just see like just have the functions like instance find by index, right? So I don't really think it makes sense actually. And I think we will be quicker done with this so we can stop for today if we actually just remove some of these things. So the road network, let's go in here. There's absolutely no reason, right, for it to save these roads. If we're always just having roads in the world, so that's really the argument here. So everywhere where there's a road network that is made, we destroy it. And the most notably, I think, is script in the scripts. Um, Definitely not this one. With here. And so I think we will change the road network's functionality in and of itself. Because I think we can have the road network structure like be almost directly integrated into the chemic features when we're doing collisions and all these kinds of other things. And that's also another reason like to use GameMaker instead of I don't know, Unity or something else. I mean, they also do have those things there, but um, that's fine. Let's move on. So we create the roads. Let's see here we split. There's no reason to do any of that anymore. Wait a minute. I definitely see the issue here regarding this. Doesn't really matter either way. Um, I think it's better to just keep it out for now. It only adds unnecessary issues. So for now, the road networks would just be see here instead. There's no need in this for this. So we just say instance number road segments. That's pretty much it. We have already solved. I guess he is not fully updated, perhaps. The node dot row. That is indeed a. Yeah, so it's just some places it's not fully updating. It would seem. How long have we streamed for now? 5 hours and almost 40 minutes. Okay, wow, great. So so now I actually would like uh, to show if there are any issues here now. and I can already see. Yep, exactly. I was gonna say. So not this one. Uh, yeah, exactly. This one here. Oop, there we go. Let's see now. It looks pretty good to me. Yep, that looks nice. So, I mean, we are technically done, but of course, we need to make 100% sure, and we also need to add some more constraints now. So, this is a perfectly valid situation. This is a perfectly valid situation. Let us try and let's say I will do this. It's split there. Oh, see an issue? There are two roads here, so it's not perfectly. Yep. So there are issues here creating. It's creating a road between there and there, it seems. So it's the end node. No, it's actually not. It's the second to last node that has. So you can see. We can also see here. So they actually. I believe that there are two roads in actuality here. Or maybe not. But they're definitely wrong. There's so much we can say. And there seems to not be any problems in the error messaging. So that's really nice. And we can almost conclude this for today, which is really great. So what was the issue? The issue was in here. So let's just open this up again completely. And I would assume some of the issue would be most likely down here in this space here. Yep, most likely like this. Was it out of range? Huh? Did I do something wrong? So with the size, no, it has to be -1. The end node. I mean, we surely create too many nodes. Let's try again. Let's see here. So this seems to work fine. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nodes, 8 nodes in total. That makes sense. Okay, and then let's try to do this. Still makes sense. Let's do use the 3. See here. I mean, it still looks good overall. Stuff like this, maybe. I mean, again, it works overall. Let's try one more time. I want to do like something with a lot of collisions. I mean, to me, everything looks really nice actually, and that makes me super happy. Just want to see if there's anything that I can really pick on, but it really feels nice. And, I mean, oh here, yep. Okay, so there definitely is some problem with the code, because then it creates a link segment to this one, and it also there was I think it was there already. Uh, Actually, no, it was not a problem. It just was not close enough to snap. It probably was just right on the edge. Is that our conclusion then to say that we're done with the road building mechanism? Hmm, no, no, it's not. Okay, let's try one more time. So, yeah, so make sure these kind of weirdly. See here, yep, there we go. We did it again. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's try and see. Um, so I think that this here is good. We can make sure, of course. So what I'm concerned about is when the session nodes are found. Okay, so let's try to look back a second. So we calculate the number of intersection uh, for each road that we collide with. We don't even know which order that is, right? I mean, actually, I think we do. Yeah, the rows, but it doesn't really matter. The order should not matter really. Good. So the next step, ds list add. Just make sure everything's fine. Okay, great. And hmm, I think actually almost the issue now is that we're being too kind. It has 16 rows. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Okay. So I have 12 nodes, that's true. It says there are 19 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I have a feeling that there are a couple of hidden notes in here, which means that we are not done yet. Yeah, let us see here. I have one idea actually. Hmm. I also have another idea. I have two ideas. Yes, exactly, exactly. Um, an issue that could be is that we are actually adding the same nodes twice, more than twice, to this list of items here. If we find, we might find a lot of intersections. Um, I think actually what I'd like to do is throw an error if uh, let's just show debug message start node. So it's real quick, real big. I think perhaps that could be some of the reasons when we have like these many intricate designs. Yeah, look, yes. Okay. Got it. Okay, okay. At least at least we are lucky and figuring out quickly. It could have been, but it could have been really horrible. Um, yeah. So question is, I mean, I should basically I should throw an error for this, right? Or just not do anything, or like exit return. Let's see what happens then. If it just keeps going without like too much fuss, seems like it actually, and actually seems to work more better now. Yep. Damn. I mean, yeah. So this, I think, if we consider what kind of constraints we should have, because I mean, clearly this is not what we want, right? Uh, but I think if we consider that, I think that could be, of course, for another time, because I have effectively fixed everything. Let's make sure that the error that I was actually nervous about, this says 12 now. One, two, three. Oh, as you can see here. Hmm, so there's definitely an issue. Yes. Okay, so there's definitely still an issue. I was hoping we would be done. Not that I don't enjoy it. It's just okay. And this time it looks actually pretty good. But let's try if we do it one more time. There. Of course, now it works nicely. See, there might be an example of something that went wrong. Yeah, I think there are two rows built in here. Uh, Now we don't know if. Let me just try to do it one more time and see if that error still pops up. I mean, it should do, right? No error should be made so far. Okay, very good. What about now? Seems pretty crazy to me. Oh yeah. And so I think what we should really do instead is to just avoid doing that before we get into this situation, right? So every time we call this create row function, so this should be okay. This should be okay because we have already a situation up here that says if they're the same, destroy them or get the fuck out of there. Okay, and that is only the case in case there's a snapping happening already. Right? Otherwise, it's created and everything's fine. But the problem is later on we don't know for a fact. So every time, I think yeah, basically here every time we add it to the here we want to make sure it's a unique one. This list find value. So if find, you should return or find. So it finds the value. It finds it finds the value giving a position, and that is not what we want. We want to look for an index given a value basically. I mean, we just want to know if the value is there or not. Okay, but then we have ID. Uh, of the list, of course. What am I? Yeah, it's literally just the same. And this one should return. This is the one that returns. And there we go. And let's hope that it solves. Yes, very good. So far, very good. So far, very, very nice. So far, super nice. Okay, beautiful. No issues found so far. What if I do like this? I think I would assume that it's not quite close enough to that node to actually. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it was just not close enough because the node is actually not the node itself. It's the if it's the rows. So see, does this work as it should? Seems so. Yep. If this happens, this is just what happens then. I think I'm perfectly fine with that because this is actually not really a problem. You can say, yeah, with the implementation in that sense, it's more a problem with our uh, these choices when we do the implementation. Right? So now here's here and there. You can actually build in like that. Very exciting. I mean we should have some stuff so they cannot like the thing is that they should be able to collide a little bit, or perhaps the way that we we're right around the edges, we should, or maybe we should just have them thinner overall. I don't know, but I would like to, at this 6 hour mark, conclude that we're done for today and that we have made a nice road building mechanism. I'm still not skeptical about the fact that whether that's done, but it is outwardly done. It could use a bit more refining, and we could definitely create extra stuff here to really make it concise. But the stream ends when I fix rows and nodes, and we can definitely conclude that the rows and nodes have been fixed now. And we have done a good job at finding ways to display stuff. And I also want to do that even more, having a nice graphical user interface so that it's very user friendly and it should be easy to understand where you're going. And these things with the nodes, for example, again, that was an intentional thing where you can now just create a node out of thin air. It's better to have all the options and then know that you have them and then make sure that you can remove them if necessary or alter them, change them a little bit. So thank you so much for participating today. It's been a quite a journey, but this is the kind of thing that will be put together into a short format video, which could then be, which I hope to be put together soon and present all the problems and solutions very nicely. So thank you for participating once again. I will see you guys next time.